The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Ooh.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees Company's lawyers are scrambling.
Oh.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Okay, I even have a to-do list. I do love the idea of prying around for information, so. Okay, the person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. Okay. So that's how we get their pictures. And then list of names. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Huh. I wonder, I was thinking, since there are a bunch of names here that aren't Roottrees, I'm wondering if there maybe are some illegitimate children, but they're actually, in the family that we're gonna find. Be interesting. Show photo items, show text items. Oh, nice, show everything. Okay. So this is my board, evidence, computer. Welcome. Welcome to the information superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. Music CD. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Then why... I mean, obviously you wouldn't try to eat your computer, but why delicious? A very strange description for a computer. Can I actually click these? You have no notifications. There are no documents printing. I really can print stuff. Oh. Negotiating connection? Handshaking. Acknowledging. Preparing. This is 1 year after I was born. Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Okay. Guess I'll look up the Roottrees sisters. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers, so they're models. You also come across an unofficial Rootree fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS, but Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand Root. I eat Rootree candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps, and I try to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. The website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay, so we've got Raina. Raina is the oldest sister, and she's married to TMS. Who's TMS? Save. Riley. Oh, I can do multiple notes? Or is this a different, separate note? Riley. Riley Smart. I don't know if that's important. I think they're all models from the intro. Rose, middle child. Okay, middle child. You might think that they're rich, but their dad is the president of the candy company. I don't have his name. And their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. Mother, fashion designer. Married to president of candy company. Oh, and she owns Root. I'm sure the period is included. I eat Rootree candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps, and try to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. So Rose has pierced ears. Riley wears plaid a lot. Wears plaid often. Okay. And then maple crisp might be important. Maybe that'll give me some context for something else. Maple crisps, one word. Roottree's most recent product, introduced in 1992. They're a series of circular, crunchy wafers coated in nuts and chocolate maple flavoring. The website of a fan says that they came to be during the tenure of Ernie Jr., a former president of the Rootree Candy Company. There's a Super Bowl is what I read. There's a commercial that aired a few years back during the Super Bowl. Okay, maybe maple crisp. I'm not looking to, maybe I should highlight this name and say, created maple crisps in 1992. I have to keep in mind the date, which is at the bottom right of the screen. It's 1998. So whenever they said recent, I was like, that's not very recent. But it's 1998 right now. Former president of the Rootree Candy Company. Ooh. Okay. Ernie Jr. So that might be important later. Do I have everything? I think I should be able to figure it out from here. So they go from oldest to youngest. She's married. Oh, that is something I need to search. Who is TMS? TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after his starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and more recently his relationship with Raina Roottree. After a short engagement, they married in 1997 when she was only 19 and he was 23. That was a year ago, so she died at 20 or 19 still. Okay. So his name is Thomas Sheridan, and he's married to Raina Roottree. Can I have my notes out here? Oh, I can. Okay. Riley, Rose is the middle child. Riley would then be the youngest. Rose? There's nobody in the list with that name. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. Okay. So, what about Riley? Maybe I can do the pictures. So, I think Riley wears a lot of plaid. Rose has her ears pierced. Plaid. Rose has her ears pierced. Earrings? Thank goodness she chose to wear earrings today. And no one else did. And then this one is the only one I haven't used. Okay. Fill in the names, fill in the occupations. I think they're just all models. They're all known for their modeling careers. And then Rose. Let's do a search for Rose Roottree. Rose Roottree is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. Can't find what you're looking for? Oh, I think this is what was on that sticky note. Okay, so let's go back to the Roottrees sisters search. Okay. So let's look up Root. Spider search? Root. The period is part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes toward the target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. That's what we were looking for. So her name is Carly Roottree. All done. Okay. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also unlocked locked the following optional entry. So all 3 sisters and then the husband of Raina. Oh, she's back. Or he?
Sorry to test
she.
you, but I had to be sure
They.
you could use the internet.
They're back.
Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The root trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional. But filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable root trees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Hmm. 3 out of 9 before the person who hired you returns. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Alright. So this is my evidence over here. Story so far. Oh. Okay. And then 5 pieces. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. Okay. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Okay. So strawberry, power plum, awesome apple, bad blue raspberry, cool chocolate. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them? Oh, and then, did I say awesome apple? I don't even remember. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? So elderberry might have been one of the old flavors. Okay. So Carl Roottree is next in line. For a quick internet search. Carl Roottree died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Roottree and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. He was the president of the Roottree Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root, which he co-founded with his wife. There is a short press release that the Roottrees Candy Company released today to news organizations, December 6, 1998. It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottree family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. They go on to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Okay, Watchman of the Year. I guess that's a note that we can keep. Might come in handy later. Okay, so Carl is the father of Gwyneth and Elias. Okay, so what's this? You don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. Okay, I don't know. I guess I can get extra pictures. So this is Carl Roottrees and his wife Brenda. I guess White is her maiden name. He was the president. Ooh, there are numbers. Maybe the last one? Okay. And then how do I get pictures of people? Maybe I can look up Watchman of the Year. Business Watch. New periodical added. Business Watch magazine is a famous magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They've been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year, Elias Roottrees and Carl Roottrees. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. Okay, so where's the periodical search? Oh, Business Watch. Can I look up Watchmen of the Year? Business Watch has awarded Watchman of the Year to many people throughout the years. Every 10 years, they publish the full list again. You search through the most recent list, and the only names you recognize are Elias Roottrees in 1936 and Carl Roottrees in 1987. Are there pictures? Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence. Okay, and then what about Elias Roottrees? Oh, rolling out 5 pieces. Okay. Notes from the article and a scan someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. Great. How do I get to my printer? I guess this is my evidence. So this is Elias Roottrees. Elias Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. 1908, Elias forms the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. 1909, Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to 1922. Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. Okay. 5 pieces are first sold in some Pittsburgh markets. 5 pieces are rolled out to all of New England. The new recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. The Roottrees Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. With the help of his son Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Production is tripled and worldwide distribution begins. There's also a What's Next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clance Trust. Is that something I can search? The Clan Said Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Rootree, who was Elias's son and the Rootree Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. Okay, that seems important. Clancy Edward Rootree as well. Roottrees versus RR. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clancy Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clancy Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Rootree without completely dissolving the trust. There is no additional information online. RR Rootree? Yeah, it's a little too vague. What about Clancy? It only brings us back. Okay, well, we can go here and put the picture of... Oh, I haven't gotten it yet. Elias. And Gwyneth. Oh, there are multiple Gwyneths. So we need to find her first name. Gwyneth. Okay. There are 2, so let's find out what her maiden name was. She inherited a maple farm. And then let's look at Carl Rootree. Our ongoing coverage of Who's Who in the corporate world. Carl Rootree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Rootree Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife, Brenda, was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Rootree, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Word spread. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Rootree at the time, spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives, who have a say in the company's finances, refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay. So let's go back to the board and fill in Carl. And then occupation. Was he like this? CEO? Creator? Let's see what they call him in that article. Maybe he's the first president, actually. Let's do a quick internet search for him. Elias Roottree. The founder and first president of the Roottrees Candy Company. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. At the top, there is a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. That picture has been added to your evidence. There's also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 Pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited, by marrying his wife, only produced syrup. After 5 Pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup," and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy. The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Okay. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stands out. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year, so I already looked that one up. What about Family Man? Can I look up books? It's impossible to find a copy of the book these days. Very poorly received. Public library? Bess Williams. I'm just clicking things at this point. Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy. Published 1920, hardcover, nonfiction anthology, an old book about Elias Roottree. There's no downloadable version available because the book is impossible to find these days. Okay, well, who is Bess Williams? Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Information about her or her book, Family Man, seems to have faded over time due to lack of interest. Oh. Okay, well, let's look at the evidence I just got. This is Carl and his wife. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottree. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. They will be marked on the chart with a star. I guess this is what I was supposed to find first, maybe? So this is Gwyneth, and okay, I can't add the extra photo. He is the president, first president. She is Gwyneth, but The question is, what is her maiden name? Gwyneth Rootree. You find some information on a website for the first Anderson maple farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. That photo was added to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Rootree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm, so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off the many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Okay, so it's Gwyneth Anderson. Mother? Housewife? I got 3. Perfect. Okay, now I can add the additional picture of Carl. Wait, Elias. This is Carl. And he also has an additional picture somewhere. So who would be the best to work on next? He said he had a cousin. Don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Okay. Oof, this person got divorced twice. So a cousin would be any of these people. And his cousin has 1 child? No, it has to be at least 2. Let me see if I have that in my notes. I got this. Ernie Jr.? Is that? Ernie Roottrees Jr. Okay, maybe I just put Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. was a former president of the Roottrees Candy Company. He seemed to directly precede Carl Roottrees, and one website even says that he was Carl's mentor. He was apparently very successful as a president, but not so much as a public figure. He was rarely seen in public and stepped down due to illness in 1996. He has since passed away. President of Roottrees Candy Company. Okay, maybe I look up the company specifically. Roottrees Candy Company. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results for Roottrees' extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottrees shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input and votes from extended family. The site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottrees, who despite his death is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Roottrees sisters. Okay. So maybe I just go back to that list of notable root trees and go with Gwen. Gwen Roottrees. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwen Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Okay. Let's highlight and say divorced. Okay. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of Roottree Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Okay, that is actually good to know. Oops, I wanted my notes. So for Gwen, we want to say divorced. Guys Like Us. And Christmas Mission. And then underneath that, we should see this. I wonder who she was married to. Let's look at her movies. Guys Like Us. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Okay, this is the same website. Search is broken, but you can get to individual pages. Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which 2 secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. Did you know trivia? The title is a play on words, or as it can be read, that the 2 women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them. Alright. So we can look up co-stars. Leslie and Harrison. Let's start with the man. She might have married him. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was as the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonists. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. Okay, what about Leslie Florence? Leslie Florence was Gwen Roottrees' co-star in Guys Like Us. Not much relevant information as she does not have any additional credits on the site. There isn't even a Did You Know trivia section for her. Alright, well. Okay. I think we got evidence from that though. So let's check that out. There she is. This photo is a widely circulated photo of Gwen Roottrees. You have seen it on multiple websites about old films. Gwen Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list. Okay, so she'll already have her name next to her, I believe. Give us an idea where she is on the map. Oh no, she doesn't have a name. She was divorced. Oh, I wonder why this has a box around it. So one of the stars that's divorced. So this is a good candidate. Not divorced. Okay. That's gotta be her then. Gwen Roottrees. She had 2 kids. She was an actor. Let's look up her other movie, which was Christmas Mission, and ended her career, I guess. Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I, released in 1955, that received poor reviews and lost the studio money. Gwen Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. The movie was marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. Oh, there's no info there. Let's just look up Gwen. Is this all we get from her? Her father took her mother's famous name. So let's go back to our list of notable root trees. There's Red Root Tree. It is the computer. Red Root Tree. You find information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius Herring Roottrees, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence and he was defeated in a landslide. Is he not even really a root tree? And his middle name is Herring. Okay. I will bite. Ambassador to Ireland. That was a stretch. Okay. There's a fish. Jim Roottrees. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay. Jim and Diamond. Let's highlight James Roottrees. Married to Diamond LaRue. And then they have songs Rolling On Down to the City, and Cherry Tree, and sound of laughter. I'd like to get rid of some punctuation. How many spaces? That's just one. Okay. Diamonds Dazzlers. Diamonds Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamonds Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There is a fierce debate in the subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. That picture has been added to your evidence. Okay, the Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in the good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told that they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Okay. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism? Or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler? It certainly piques your curiosity, if only you have the time or resources to look into it further. Okay. Glad they tell you to stop looking into that person. Okay, so we have Jim and Diamond. I've seen an MMM. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees can make disco this sweet. Okay, cool. Rollin' On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you'd never heard of it before now. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet." It is credited to Peter Janowicz from MMM. I guess I could take a note of that name. MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue. And he is. The lyrics of the song contain no clues, but they gave them to me anyway. Okay. Oh, it keeps going. Conquistador. can't play this one. The Floozies. I guess this is a picture of the daughter. A CD from a band called the Floozies that is only available at their live shows. The credits on the cover say, okay, let's look at the flute. Let's highlight the Floozies. This will give us names. So she's one of these names. I'm assuming if she's the face and she has a guitar and a mic in front of her, that she's Candy. And then this is the sun. It looks like it's just the sun. You found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond to their fan club in 1996, 2 years ago. The description said it included a picture of his son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Okay, so let's go back here. Look into Wolf Roottree. I guess you're not important, even though I probably need to list you. And then where would Jim be on here? Married with 2 kids and a star. Married with 2 kids and a star. I think that's him. So this is gonna be James Roottrees. Artist? Musician? James. And then this is Diamond LaRue. And then these would be his children, and it's oldest to youngest. So she would go first, and then him. And her name is Candy Roottrees. And his name is Wolf Roottrees. She is also a musician. Oh, I didn't even get the sun in. Oh. Hello.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes, but I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay. He looks pretty young. She has 2 pictures. Okay. Did she count as one of my 3, or did I get... Oh, I got Gwen. That's right. So let's look at our new evidence. Maybe. Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Stephanie Jones. it would be better to just go click on it. Paris. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Okay. So these are Gwen's sons. Shiva candle. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donors list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. Oh. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie." Okay. So, Debbie and Nicole. I'm wondering if that's Ernie Jr. and I just add that to him. Daughters, Nicole. Okay. I just don't know where he would be. He might be any... we don't know if he was ever divorced before. But this person would have 3 kids. Okay. Let's just keep looking through our evidence. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl is the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. That's a lot of pictures. Okay. So many people. Hey, little baby. November. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died. After some time, they returned with new resources. So this is like my summary of what's going on. Probably if I were to leave this game for a little bit. Okay. This still has a piece of evidence connected to it. Or a clue connected to it. Let's see. Raina. Oh, Ernie Jr. Carl and his second cousin. If only I knew how cousins work. So second cousin would mean that he's not like on this level. He'd be the son of someone who had, right? Or would it be higher? So like one of these people. Because this would be a first cousin. Or no, these would be first cousins. Second cousins would be outside of this. Okay, maybe that's what I need to look for. So maybe one of these. It could really be either of these. We just don't know if Ernie Jr. is, I mean, he'd be the first if he was named after. I wonder if I can look up Ernie Roottree. No Junior. Ernest? No. Let's look at these. Lauren and Miracle Jr. Let's keep searching the famous ones. Oh. Lauren Roottree. Author Lauren Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors, in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty, to little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries, released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay, Lauren Roottrees. I feel like I want another page. Let's clear some of these notes that I don't really need anymore. I think I've gotten Brenda as well. Brenda Jr. can stay. Gwen can stay. James, I got his children. Yeah, the only thing for James is some more pictures, which is fine. Okay. Alright, just a little cleanup. So let's say author, Life Between Wars. Maybe I can get a copy of that. She also wrote Married to Rafferty. No. Rafferty. Romance in Court. Court Jester series. Okay. I think this might be something we can look up. Romance in Court is a book by Lauren Roottrees. It is the first and most famous of a series of 3 books often called the Court Jester series. All 3 books in the series are about different romances, but told by the same narrator. You can probably surmise the narrator's profession. The two other books were called Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Searching for them online yields few results. The books had some popularity when they were released in the late 60s. Now, 30 years later, they aren't in high demand. Okay, what about A Life Between Wars? Which, oh, not wards. Wars. You do find that because the diary has been reprinted recently for schools, it is available in a lot of libraries. Okay. So this is Lauren Roottree. A Life Between Wars. The D and the S are very close to each other. Okay. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. That is a lot of evidence. Cool. What did we just get? Oh, is it all the pictures? Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Oh. This caption, this picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which didn't really go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years photo that they never even took a second photo. Let's go to my notes and add another one. Or edit this one. Let's just remove that. Angie and Miracle close in age to Lauren. I'm gonna put not 5 pieces. Aunt Gwendolyn. Okay. Okay. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me, he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Okay. A Life Between Wars. Captures the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottree is on the notable, The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clancet Trust. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation. The free spirits, the generation after Lauren's, including her son. Oh, I have not been checking for this. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' Diary, written in 1953. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwen. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Candy Company and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, encountered, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren's diary. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or 2, but I was told, trim their branches from their family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle Boy, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farm hands, E.C. and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the books and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? Clark's getting married, and In my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. That the only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, and any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Okay. That was a lot of good evidence. I think these were all just pictures, so I don't think I missed anything. That was a lot. Okay, so let's find Lauren. Lauren is the great... Ooh, okay. She is the child of one of the 5 pieces. She has a brother, so it needs to be a 5-piece with more than one child. This one or this one? So this is her father. Oh yeah, this is her grandfather. Oh. She has a star. Oh, true. Okay, so she has a star. So she's the oldest. She never got remarried. Let's look up Clark Roottrees, actually. Really? Right, his last name would be Rafferty. A few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called These Times. A band called C&J plus J&D released a one-time single called These Times. Someone with the username XXXDieHardDazzlerXXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about this person, the band, or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Maybe there'll be clues in the song? Oh, and it also has the MMM magazine on it, which I should probably look up before I forget it again. MMM. Abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly. Oh. 40s to earlys went out due to high competition. Okay. Diamond LaRue. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young, upcoming talent that Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. It has this to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great-uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces, ever heard of the Roottrees, and are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRues, indeed. So it's Diamond, Jane, and Kim? Kim Roottrees. A reluctant hitmaker. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&G plus J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters, so the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told rollin' is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess. But he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer Tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls and over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, so Clark probably got divorced. But I want to double check. And then maybe he married. He mentioned something. Raffer Tunes. Maybe I should look that up. A website about Raffer Tunes, Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there is an About page, and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. When his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Okay. So... the lyrics of the song contain no clues. Okay. Well, we can listen to it.
Life is life, love shall be.
C and J plus J and D. So J would be the... You found this photo on the Raffer Tunes website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait while his wife was trying to get Katrina to calm down. Roottrees Super Bowl ad. I wonder if I can search that. The Roottrees Maple Super Bowl commercial from 1994 has a family bickering in a department store, and the father bites into a Roottrees Maple Crisp. Time stops and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Roottrees candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle, Need the Rest, went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. When you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it, you need the rest. Okay.
Probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory. So act as though these times ain't fleeting. Love still flows, our hearts heart
I can't
beating.
stop
For
it.
now ignore
Alright.
fate's destiny. Two roads that cross one's
Okay.
at this
So
tree. Someday
she
these times will all be over.
Lauren. Oh, I have so many pictures now. So this is Lauren Rootree. And Lauren Rootree looks like this.
These times are ours for free.
His name was Jacob Rafferty. She was an author. And she had a son, and Clark looks like this. And he was in advertising. Nice. Cool. Okay. So, some good progress. She has a lot of siblings. Top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Huh. Is it tied to anything with this string? Okay. Her kids. Okay. So we know that he married someone whose name starts with a J. Joan, maybe? And then a LaRue that wasn't. Ooh, they're both here. I think it's Kim though. From the thing I accidentally found with Diamond LaRue. The youngest sister is Kim. Okay. Or maybe there's someone for even in between these two. But if he was with and then they have 2 kids together, this could be Kim. I would have to figure out what their kids' names are. Which might be a little difficult to do. Kim is an actor. Kim LaRue? Oops. Is it the same article? Okay, let's do a search for Kim. No, not relevant enough. Jane DeVelchio. Any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Okay. So, not relevant anymore. So there's another sibling here that's missing. And maybe I should get that from... Did I get through this full list? Oh, Miracle. That's the last one I haven't looked at. Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in a disguise. So, Miracle Jr. married to Edith, and he is a televangelist. Jeez. Okay. The author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. What's his name, though? Let's try Clergy Watch. A news expose. I don't know why it would be there. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's the name of the... Well, let's look up the Miracle Network. I didn't know that was the name of the website. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees Estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottree. Miracle Roottree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. So he is the youngest. Miracle Roottree. Oh, that's a... Okay. I'm looking at different people. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Which is in your evidence. Okay. Witness the power of the Lord in the Summer 96 Three Generations of Miracle Tour, featuring testimony from world-famous Miracle Jr. and a special appearance from Miracle Roottree in his 68th year on God's earth. Children now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle Third, and his wife, Nicole. Miracle Third. So I don't have a picture of Miracle, but I think he is a preacher. And Miracle, huh? So Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived. Who is Miracle the Third then? And who birthed him? If he didn't have any kids. Miracle Jr. is the televangelist for sure. And then I think Miracle is in this, and he has the eye patch. So this is Miracle. As a child, at least. And then where does Miracle Jr. go? Miracle Third. Huh. And his wife Nicole. Miracle Jr. has a star. Oh, I'm in the wrong list. Oh, okay. Let me take this off. This should have been the 5 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's the youngest of them. So this is where Miracle goes. That was confusing me. And then this is Miracle Jr. And then Miracle the Third would be probably this one. And his wife is named Nicole. Oh, they're 2. Okay. And his wife is named Edith. He was a preacher, and the picture that I'm going to use of him is this one, because I know it's him for sure. He is a televangelist. No, we're going to call him a preacher. He's a preacher. And he's this one. And then this is the third, and he's also a preacher. Okay. Booyah.
You're listening to WRTD. It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
All right. So this is new. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. Let's go look into that. WRTD. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternative agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." Okay, maybe she did have a key to the office. And she isn't someone to be suspicious of, but I still don't know. Okay, I do kind of want to look around here. So there's my desk, the board, this. Can I interact with this now? 9:15 p.m. Ooh, volume. Oh. Yeah, keep that low for me. This is curious. That's my computer. Family Doku. Reverse this. Maybe I should look up these books. Alphabet Davis and the Erased Names of the Genesis. But I don't have the author, unless Alphabet Davis is the author. Let me look that up. Author name, Alphabet Davis. And then this is the only one I can remember. Nothing relevant to the investigation. Then why can I look at it? It's very curious. Can I look him up here? The Alphabet Davis series of books is set in the 1950s and follows a young, dashing adventurer named Martin Davis III. Alphabet is a nickname that was given to him when he was young due to his interest in puzzles, riddles, and all sorts of other intellectual activities. Though he grew up as a simple fisherman, he is in fact descended from pirates, and his books involve solving mysteries and finding treasure, often with a genealogical twist. All four are by Christoph Rogan. The Secret Searcher was the first book in the series. It was quite popular, and the sequel, Reversus, was pushed out within a year to capitalize. Many fans think that it suffered in quality due to the accelerated timeline, but still appreciate it nonetheless. While the plot was extremely far-fetched and far more convoluted than in Alphabet's first outing, the writing style was the same and the characters were as fun as ever. After that, 2 more books were released. Their release dates were much further apart, as Christoph Rogan also began to design and release a series of puzzle books related to genealogy. Ends and Beginnings, a young Alphabet adventure, was both a prequel and sequel simultaneously, and left out some of the first 2 books' beloved characters, which was a controversial choice. Still, it sold well, and critics generally felt that the story was less of a soap opera than the previous entry. They also appreciated that it reframed elements of the second book in more subtle ways, retroactively making Reversus feel a bit more at home in the Alphabet Davis universe. Christoph Rogan announced that Ends and Beginnings was written as a conclusion and meant for it to be the last Alphabet Davis book. When the fourth book was released in 1998, there were rumors that it was written specifically to bankroll an electronic version of his true passion, the puzzle books. Due to a tonal shift midway through, fans even speculated that it was actually 2 different partial book drafts that were hastily merged together. Regardless, it was quite over the top, and the plot seemed somehow both bloated and undercooked. It is unclear if there will ever be another Alphabet Davis book, as the most recent one was not a success. These books are not related to your investigation into the Roottrees in any way. You could revisit them for old time's sake, but as each volume is more complex than the last, it might be counterproductive, considering you have a job to do. Well, okay. Talk. Now, where was I? My easy list of people is over, so now I have to find the last 3. There's no, yeah, everyone with the star is there. Let's go to evidence. Stephanie Jones, Butler County. Let's look into that. Stephanie Jones. You learn from an election results page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the Roottrees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, "Be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times." So let's look up Butler County Times. Butler County Times is located outside of, Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. Huh. Periodicals. Butler County Times. Let's look up Stephanie Jones. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Her mother, Caroline Landon, maybe? Born Stephanie, or actually let's just do a shorter note. Nay Landon. Mother Caroline, artist. Married to Brian Jones. Business owner? Let's look up Brian Jones. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way, he laughs. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania. Or search for us online. I designed the website myself. I wonder if I can look up the Anderson Maple Farm. The Butler County Times has had consistent ads for tours and demonstrations at the First Anderson Maple Farm for a very long time. The farm appears every so often in a section about things to do in Butler County. It seems that twice each summer, the Roottrees Candy Company's current head of farming, Mrs. Cottrell, returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces were made at the beginning of the century. The demonstration provides free samples of the original 5 flavors. They cost quite a lot to attend and sell out every time, so the Butler County Okay, a life between wars? Ugh, I keep putting a D in there. The Butler County Times reviewed The Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary, A Life Between Wars. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottrees family. She wrote some romance books involving historical figures such as pirates and knights that were released under her married name, Rafferty. Now her diary is being released under her birth name, Roottrees. The reviewer gives it a 4 out of 5 and claims it captures the evolution and perspective from adolescence to adulthood, and a true feeling of change in society across multiple decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died in the war, and how times have changed in more than 20 years between the first and the last diary entry. The writer of the review mentions that because the majority of the interactions in the book took place in Butler County, including many locations they personally recognized, it made everything feel more real and perhaps contributed to a higher score than it would have received otherwise. They end the review with, "Don't forget, you can find this and many other books at your local library." Okay. Miracle Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared in the Butler County Times a great deal over the years. The Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased, has multiple advertisements in each issue. You do find one article mentioning legal troubles, unfortunately as a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called the 3 Generations of Miracles Tour. The author speculates they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to your search. Any attempts to find more about these legal troubles is thwarted. Okay. So let's look up Caroline Landon. No. Spelling search. Caroline Landon. No. It's Caroline. Maybe I look up Peter Janowitz. Seemed to be a music critic. You find him mentioned on a fan website about a band unrelated to the Roottrees before the magazine went under. Okay. So, not important. Okay. Elias Roottrees Jr. Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunchetop House. Punch Top House. Mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Okay. So Elias Jr. goes here. No, oldest son. Maybe here? Because no. I have to reread the diary. So Aunt Margot. Clancy. Okay. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. It ended up going to Zach, even though his surname, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. Clancy. And Clancy is the one who did the lawsuit. Clancy Roottrees. Did I spell his name wrong? Clancy Roottrees. It was the, I took a note of it. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Maybe I have to put his whole name. The Clancy Trust was mentioned many times in Business Watch. Most results are from the 40s and 50s, but occasionally more recent references creep in. From context, it's clear that it allows the entire Roottrees family to earn money based on the profits of the candy company. The first article you can find, from 1943, mentions that the infallible legal aspects of it were designed by Clancy Edward Roottrees to secure the future of his father's famous name. And I think I've already searched it online. I guess you have to put his full name. Roottrees versus RR. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where to place Elias Roottrees, or not Elias, or it is it, Elias Jr. So I don't know if he's the oldest. Firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. So, is that Zach? Zach is the firstborn son. But Angie's older. And I'm next oldest. So, firstborn 5-piece would be here, and this would be Zach. Oh, he doesn't have the last name. What about Angie? Angelica Morden? And Zach Morden? Zachariah Morden? That seems right. Maybe I can get some info on them. Morden. Guessing James. Zach Morden. How do you spell his name? Zachariah? No. I forgot to put his last name. Zachariah Morden. Okay. What about Angelica? No. We're gonna have to do some digging. Okay. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. So maybe in this picture, Zachariah is... This is the 5 pieces. Angie and I both wanted to be in it. Are they like in the background or... This is Miracle and another Miracle. Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrees, Clark, Carl, and Eli. Okay. The Free Spirits. The next generation. Okay, so this is Zach. I was outvoted by my brothers. They wanted to stand together. So these are all her brothers. And he was the second president. Okay. What other information do I have? Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. I think it's fair Miracle made it in. I'm assuming he's the one with the tie. Maybe this is Sam? No, because, Sam would be... Katrina. His youngest. Okay. That's also someone I can add to the board. This would be the youngest, right? Katrina. Rafferty LaRue. She's a child. And then there was a picture of her being unhappy. And the other daughter would be this one. Let's look at her evidence again. This is Kim. And oh yeah, to Carl and Brenda, Ernie's wife Debbie. So maybe we can look up Debbie Roottrees. She would have probably taken a lesson. Deborah. Let's see what it calls her in here. He is a second cousin to Carl, so I think he'd be over here somewhere. Deborah Bean. Let's see. So yeah, it'd be Deborah. I just don't know if he's the oldest or not, especially for Nicole's sake. Deborah Bean? This photo has a note attached. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. So these are her sons, for sure. And we have... This is a lot of people. This is the most recent generation. Bonnie, Guy Hudson, next president. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the five-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottree. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to five pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor in five pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. Five pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Maybe I should look up five pieces. From marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that five pieces are the iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. Five pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the five flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a five pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2. By Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through to the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. Okay, let's copy this so that all I have to remember is Charles Lee. Public Library. progress. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s added to evidence. Oh. Okay. It's a miracle, a modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, CE is for cinnamon extract, M is for melon, and introducing M for miracle berry. Miracle berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. So, I think this is a separate note. Okay. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children. The order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle. Okay. So, let's see what names we have. That kind of confirms that Elias Jr. goes here. And we do have the original 5 pieces, but there are 2 boys, I think, and 2 girls. Where is it? Mr. Morden, who's there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Oh, so this picture wasn't even taken. This is just the 5 pieces. So based on age, there are 2 boys and 2 girls. Other than Miracle, her dad is on the left. So at least I know where this goes. I need their names too. Elias Jr. Based on his order, he comes right after, so he's CE. And then do we have anything with all of their names? Oh, Clancy Edward. Right. And then Clancy is her brother. Okay. So and then, is he a lawyer? I guess so. Progress is progress.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a root tree. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
I thought you were going to give me evidence. Is the fact that you're a root tree some sort of evidence? Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were a root tree. They also told you they'd give you more of an explanation the next time they returned. I can get clues from this? I mean... Okay. Did I not get this right? I thought her name had to start with a J because... That wouldn't make much sense, though. Jessica Rafferty LaRue. Guessing that's his daughter. Okay. Do I have anything else partially filled? I do have Elias Jr., who I don't know his profession. Hunched-top house. Right. And I couldn't find hunched-top house. Small feature details a building. It also mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hunched-top house seems unrelated to the Roottrees. He's an architecture firm. That's what I needed. Architect. And he is the other boy. Okay. Alright, that's really good. Oldest is a daughter whose name starts with G. Aunt Gwendolyn. think everyone was a housewife before. And she's in this picture. Okay. So that's almost all of the 5 pieces. Hmm. Miracle Jr. Younger brother. Edith. Okay. Who's this child? Ernie. Oh, this is the child out of wedlock. Oh. And they're married now. Okay. This person had 3 kids. Okay. I have a lot of pictures of people and a lot of names. Evidence. Let's go to. So. We've got Bonnie. Guy Hudson. Which next president? I wonder. That's not his name. I'm not putting anything past anything, but Ernie Jr. Caroline. Gwyneth. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. Miracle Jr. Jim Roottrees. Clark, Carl, and Eli. Eli M. Okay. Oh, Danielle. Okay. Okay, so Clark married someone named Danielle. And then, I guess when he was... So here I thought that this could either be Jane or Joan, since Clark was in a band and it was C and J. So I put Joan down. And I'm wondering who their child is, because I have heard nothing about a child. Then I went back to A Life Between Wars, and I wanted to double check what I'd read about the free spirits. So here I'm reading about Clark to see if she mentioned anything about a child. But this was before his first marriage, so I didn't find anything there. And then I moved on because I was thinking about Lauren's cousins, and seeing if there were any clues for other parts of the tree. So I carried over into the section about Sam, essentially just looking for anything that I could find. And then I noticed that Eli, which was Miracle's youngest, was something that I could focus on. So I went back over to Miracle's side of the tree, and I had two options for Eli. There's Elias M and Elias C, and I was trying to figure out how to know who was who. So I tried to do some searches for Elias M. I even tried different spellings of his name, assuming that the M was Miracle, or maybe that he went by a nickname of Eli M, but nothing came up in any of my searches. So I went back into the evidence, and I opened up this photo of the free spirits because I felt like this was Eli. And then all of a sudden I saw he has the name tag Eli. So maybe Eli's a mechanic. And the person in that photo was Eli M, according to the text description of it. So that helped me kind of finalize that this was Eli M, and he's a mechanic, probably based on his outfit. Here, I was thinking there's one more root tree left to fill in, and I was trying to use the 5 pieces notes that I'd taken, and the 4th child started with an M, and the only root tree left who started with an M was Marguerite. So I put her in here, and every root tree before Lauren was a housewife, so that kind of helped to automatically know what her occupation was. So I went back into my evidence, and I wanted to look at this flyer again, this campaign mailer for Stephanie Jones. It has 11 clues attached to it, and I just couldn't figure out what I was missing. So I got down to the bottom, and I reread the handwritten note. It says, "Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM." And so I thought maybe I could go to the list of names and find who CM was. So in the women, I only saw Morden Carolyn, and so I took note of that. And then I wanted to also check the men's side and see if there were any other CMs that could potentially be the person who wrote this note. But when I scrolled through, I didn't actually see anyone who had a last name that started with M and also a first name that started with C. So that really narrowed it down. So then I started trying to look into Carolyn Morden. So I moved over to this side of the tree, knowing that Zachariah's last name was Morden, and my brain kept wanting to say, is that his wife? But then I'm like, no, his wife wouldn't be Morden. His wife would have a different last name, and then their kids would be Mordens. So I needed to go lower. But which of the children that he had would be Carolyn? And who is the other child? So I looked at the Free Spirits, which would be the generation that came after Zach. And I was wondering, maybe I could determine based off of the picture who had red hair like Zach. And I was thinking, this guy in the front kind of has very bright red hair, and so does this woman who's pregnant. So maybe those are Zach's children, a girl and a boy. But I still didn't know who was the oldest versus the youngest, and this picture wasn't really giving me any big hints on if he was the older brother or not. Then I shifted my focus to Lauren's brothers. I knew that they were all grouped together in the photo on the warehouse floor, so I thought maybe I could kind of narrow down which ones were her brothers. And I went back into the evidence to look at the picture. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. She mentioned that she wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left because he looked a lot like their father did in the old one, but she was outvoted by her brothers. So I thought I could probably deduce which one was Eli because he would look like her father did in the 5 pieces photo. So zooming in a bit, I got a better look at them. And I felt like the one with the glasses wasn't reminiscent of her father, but the one in the back was. So I felt like the one with the glasses would be the oldest, and then the one in the back, the blonde one, seemed like a middle child, and then the youngest one was also the shortest one. This was all off of assumptions based on the mustache and the youthful face of the youngest boy, so I didn't really have a lot of logic playing in here. And then the oldest boy is always a junior, so I assumed that was him. And then this one, I deduced that Elias was the youngest, or no, not the youngest, the one that looked like her father. So the middle child would be Eli, and then the youngest was Edward. And as for their occupations, I had no idea. So I remembered that in this excerpt, she mentioned that her brothers all pursued paths of knowledge. And at the bottom of this paragraph, she says that Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And in my head, I knew that her dad was a lawyer because he'd done the Clancy Trust for the family. So if Edward was taking over his department, I figured he would be a lawyer. And as per usual, I am surprised that I've gotten 3, because you kind of get lost in this game of just trying to figure it all out. And then the screen just pops up and you're like, oh, cool. So I go back to A Life Between Wars and I see Lauren talking about Gwen kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. So I think let's do an internet search for Wild Bill Williams. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. So I didn't actually see any connection to Gwen there, and I wanted to search for his name, but it wasn't popping up. So I thought maybe he wasn't married to her, but the Paris, France really stuck with me because Gwen had a postcard from Paris, France, and I figured there would be some information about their children. While I'm looking around, I noticed that Lauren's mother's family was called the Coselles. So I go back to the family tree and try to see if I can find a female with the last name Cosell to put as her mother. And I found Sarah, so at least I filled that in. So moving ahead a bit, I got to Sam's excerpt and I saw that Lauren didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. So that gave me a name to put in. Not one of the Roottrees, but the wife of Elias Jr., so that I could take her out of the list of names I had. And I figured a nickname for Patricia would be Patsy. But I didn't know if it was Christensen or Jones, so I needed to go back into the evidence to see if I could figure that out. So I found myself back in Lauren's book, and I was thinking I could look up Swashbuckle My Heart and see if I could find any more of her writings or any more clues. So I went to the periodicals and tried to figure out if I could get anything from that. According to the back of the book, this is A Buried Treasure by Lauren Rootree and from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Rootree's next book, Revisiting the Diary, 10 years later, releasing in 1975. Buried treasure indeed. So I look up Revisiting the Diary, which is sure to have more clues for me. This was a version of Lauren Rootree's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects: the death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Rootree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud: Samantha Rootree. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. I was confused because I hadn't confirmed that they were married, but that gave me her last name. And then Sam would be their daughter. And all this time I thought Sam Rootree, or Sam, would be a boy. But it was Samantha. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr., harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Rootrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as E.C. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that. Almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr., and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli finally remarried, Elias decided Sam should have been a Rootree in the first place. Even though she was not part of the clan's trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. So I chose this photo thinking that the girl in the back might be Sam. And then I was wondering what her occupation would have been. So back to revisiting the diary. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Rootree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. So, this intrigued me. So Sam seemed to be married to Ernie, and Ernie Jr. was one of her children. And I'd been thinking about Ernie Jr. for a while because he's Carl's second cousin. But again, I didn't know if Ernie was her oldest child or just the firstborn son. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It has been a long time since any real Rootree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Rootree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met E.C. in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Oh. So obviously I got the picture of Sam wrong. She is not a redhead. And so I was looking for someone with black hair and green eyes, which could only be this person. But I wanted to check the photo and make sure that was the correct generation that I would be pulling it from. This is, in fact, Sam. And I still don't know who the woman in the back is, but I know who Sam is. So I update her picture. Eventually. And based on Lauren's diary, I have an inkling that she's a farmer, if she grew up with farm hands. So we're back to the diary. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about her son Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. So this kind of confirmed what I was thinking earlier about Wild Bill being her husband. So I finally do an internet search for Starlet. Starlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors or actresses. It didn't go much into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. So of course I have to look up Wild Bill Williams in Starlet. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories and gossip about who he had been seen with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. An apology to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing, it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public, while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Wild. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in his family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped, more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? I was wondering if the solid as a rock pun was related to his profession in any way. Maybe just music. One day I'll continue reading. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. She was. So, that takes away Joan being the second wife, and it's really Jane, which is wild, actually. Because he married 2 sisters, and the other sister is married to his cousin. That's wild. But you know, I'm not judging. This is a page from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin? That's why they became Uncle Jr., or Miracle's Eli, or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy, so now you see where my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Carolyn, who is Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy root tree. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry. I'm glad she is gone." So now that I know that this is Sam, and that her husband's last name is Madsen, I can kind of deduce which children are underneath her because they'll all have the last name Matson. And so I started taking a guess that Ernie Jr. was the firstborn son, and also just the firstborn. So I started putting his daughter here from that picture that I found of her and her mom with the Shiva candle. And I'm looking for what her father looks like. This is definitely just me getting sidetracked. Trying to see if I can interact with any of the things in the picture like I could with the radio. And then I just see a bunch of posters that aren't relevant. But it does intrigue me that I can click on all of them. So I finally find my way back to the plot and I start filling in Ernie Jr. again. And I start to realize that I'm wrong. And what gives it away is that the spouse of the younger sibling has a photo. And I definitely have a photo of Ernie's wife. So that kind of gave me the answer I was looking for, and so I started moving all the information that I had over to the younger child. So I'm putting Ernie Jr.'s daughter over here, and then clearing out the older sibling. And then moving all that information about Ernie over here. Now I knew Ernie had to be in the picture of the free spirits, and he's labeled right here, so I just have to figure out which one he is. And he'll have a sister. And I'm hovering over some of the people that I think it might be, this guy in the yellow shirt with the glasses, or this guy in the suit. Maybe the girl in the back. but I'm not quite sure. I definitely missed a hint. But for now, let's say this is his face. Or maybe this. Or this. Oh, it's this. I accidentally found it. I got a lot of spouses in the game. Since I know that Ernie's wife is Debbie, I go ahead and put her in here as Deborah. So here I'm trying to find Zach's sister, and since this woman has red hair, I think maybe this is Angie. And she's probably a housewife like everyone else before Lauren. As for her kids, I don't really have a lot of info on that yet. I wasn't sure where November fit in this tree, so given that this child was adopted, I started putting her photo and name in here. And she seems so young that it made sense that she might be at the bottom of this tree. But later I realized that she's married, so maybe it's not this child. So I remove all of that because it didn't really make sense there. So here I get a refresher on Gwyneth, who is Ernie's older sister. And based on what I read, I'm thinking if she has a green thumb, she's probably involved in some sort of gardening, or she's a farmer, like her mother. Gwen Roottree was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumors Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There is also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottree has power. My husband, similarly, goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable." Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlit exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams, but we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. That little tip about alliteration really narrowed it down. There's only Robert and Ronald, so both of those are probably her sons. So I started looking into them. Based on this note saying not to let them bring their conflicts into the next generation, I'm thinking that Stephanie is Carolyn's daughter. So I'm putting in Stephanie Landon, since I already know that that's her maiden name, and she's married to Brian Jones. And then Stephanie is obviously in politics. I didn't know much about Carolyn at this point, so I tried to search her. You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Carolyn Morden. There isn't much about Carolyn as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Carolyn standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, "Carolyn standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden." The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. So obviously I have to look up this book. Mostly black and white pictures of Carolyn's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Carolyn talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Now we know Carolyn is an artist, and I'll go to my evidence to see the picture of her. It's a newspaper clipping. It is captioned, "Carolyn standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden." The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. And that makes 3. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results, as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There is a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He would treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. This is Dr. Stephen Wilson, self-proclaimed pediatrician to the stars. Dr. Stephen Wilson's kids. The quote below the picture was credited to Jason. The picture has a date on it. It seems like this was taken 2 years ago in 1996. So that should be 3 right there. So I go ahead and put in all 3 of these children.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers, my publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees, especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer root trees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off, as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have few leads other than make and model. Guy had been president of the Roottrees Company for only 4 years, through an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. So that narrows down where Guy and Bonnie go on this tree. Since Guy never had any kids, he must have been the younger sibling. Jim Roottrees seems to have left Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. The only article you find is from 1979, and the article is titled Former Butler County Resident Enters Disco Charts. The article came out right as Rollin' On Down to the City was hitting its peak popularity. There isn't much to the article other than what you already know, but it does mention that at the time, Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter they named Candy. The writer of the article did not seem thrilled to report this fact and called the name a bit too on the nose.
Inflation is rising, and so is our pride.
Pick our own fate, make love not hate.
They fight overseas, but we'd rather skate.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
Politicians at large are hopeless.
The bankers in charge are all clowns.
Party's so better than protest.
So signs up while we boogie down, 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 down.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
An album by Jim and Diamond released in 1995. It wasn't professionally reviewed, though die-hard fans of Jim and Diamond online say it was a return to form. The CD was apparently so hard to find in stores that some fans have resorted to selling cassette bootlegs of it. There's a music commerce website that claims to sell the album, but it's sold out at the moment. You do find a short sample of one of the songs, called Sun. You add it to your evidence. Cherry Tree is an album by Jim and Diamond, and one of the songs is called Sun. The website you found it on did not have a full version, but you managed to find a short preview. There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone, from her starting days imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart, in part I'd never be alone. In my heart, I'll always be the son of Joan.
There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone. From her starting days, imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart in part, I'd never be alone. In my heart, I'll always be the son of.
Bethany Kellogg is mentioned very briefly in an article about a local high school science fair from March of this year, about 9 months ago. Apparently, she did an experiment involving sunscreen and ultraviolet light. The article says she was inspired by her mother Bonnie's fair skin. The article does not have any pictures or additional information. Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottree company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery dew, arguing over everything but chocolate, would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that Boys and Girls Agree that he's ready to succeed." So, let's see. He's married, so he might not be a student anymore. I don't know how to find out more about these guys, but let me look at my evidence and what can still give me some clues. Butler County. Maybe I should look up Butler County. I looked up Butler County Times. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. I haven't searched for this. I think I did the wrong search. Spider search. Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. So, Teen Blast. Likely to have gossip about famous faces they'd be interested in. Like, I don't know how. Teen Blast has played host to many Roottree advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. One of them was already in your evidence. Okay. Aimed at teenage girls. Maybe Bethany? Bethany Kellogg? Maybe Ronald. And then what was the other son's name? Ronald and Robert. Nothing. But the ad can still give me evidence for. No longer the 1920s. Maybe I should look up 5 pieces, but that seems like it would get me nowhere. Aimed at teenage girls. Maybe we can look up Root. Teen Blast has a lot of advertisements for Root clothes. Some of them mention Brenda, but more often than not, her daughters are mentioned. You find a small bit of an ad from many years back that says, "Be sure to look for our upcoming article about Raina's inspirations for Root clothing." Raina. Raina was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. You add the cover and article to your evidence. Okay, maybe she can give me some clues on her cousins. Oh. There's an article about Raina Roottree from 1994. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history is full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, then she decides the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Okay. Very helpful. So, Laura. Okay. So down here, Raina, her grandfather would be Clancy. And he was a professor. And then his wife was Laura. How many Lauras are there? Okay, so she's... Okay. Lauren, Laura, cool. And then we got another picture of her that I didn't click on. That's really good. And then how do we find out more about these guys? Still a lot of pieces of evidence left. Brother Trouble. Maybe I can look up TMS on here. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called "Is TMS Dating a Rootree?" It says, At a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say. She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now. When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, TMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. And get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Whoa. Okay. Who created Brother Trouble? Is that the Ron I'm thinking of? Ron Roottrees? Brother Trouble. Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports. Academics and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. That is a long sentence. Okay, hold on. Often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991, midway through the second season, due to a significant drop-off in ratings. Okay, so we have Ron Roottrees. Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and the head of RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and creating a one-season hit, Brother Trouble. The show was canceled partway through season 2. Okay. What about Penelope Tessa Green? I need to take note of some of these names. This might be Gwen's son. Penelope Tessa Green. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joko-Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets 1994. Both have been added to evidence. Okay, so Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Penelope Tessa Green. Who? Oh, it's him. Yeah. So he was a director or producer? Hold on. Small screen director, okay. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a used netboard stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about RR Productions' Ron and Robbie Rootree. What is Usenet? Not important. Robbie Rootree. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Rootree. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled? One user speculates, I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Another person replied, maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Rootree in Silver Screen magazine. There is a link to some kind of article, but it appears to be dead. Let's look up Silver Screen magazine. Yes. Silver Screen Magazine was a Hollywood insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1993. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. Okay, but I can still search the old one. There's an article about Ron Rootree from 1984 entitled Don't Blame Nepotism, He Gets Results. After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough, returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He has occasionally called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups and has thought about bringing him into the fold. And that would be Robbie. Oops. A small rumors article from 1992 that claims that television screenwriter Robbie Rootree was, allegedly, tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly, assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving a Robert Rootree around the time that Brother Trouble was cancelled. So what if I looked up Robert? Here. No. Okay. That gives me a lot of info, though. This is the older son, this is the baby. I saw Jack, Rootree, and... Did this baby have a name? Tessa, probably? Penelope Tessa Green. What would his brother be? Television screenwriter. Okay. And then these are children. She could also be Christina. But she has to be a root tree. Oh, I might have the pictures backwards. Okay. Nice. Alrighty. Just 9 more. Okay. So we need Elias's child, Edward's child, and also Elias's occupation. I need to know about the child that Clark had with Jane LaRue, which I should be able to find actually. This might be easier to do. Maybe in the teen blast, Jane LaRue. No. Right. Jane DeVelchio. Maybe that's how I find it. Maybe. No. This would be a child that she had with Clark, actually. So, Rafferty should be their last name. Chris. Chris Rafferty. There's also this. Because she was a part of the band, but I think hers just talks about how her sister session work for their great uncle's record label. Oh, maybe I should look up Lucky LaRue's. Way down in the credentials, it mentioned she's a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. So she married someone and took the name Del Vecchio. Maybe I should look that up. Did I not get it? I don't know if I spelled that right when I searched it here. Yeah, I did. Nowhere. Who did she marry? Maybe the child changed their last name? No. Chris Rafferty. Clark Rafferty. I'm not even sure how to get the information that they want me to get from this. Butler County Times. I definitely already have Butler County Times. So maybe I should specifically look up her campaign? Stephanie Jones campaign. No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to pull from that yet either. What else still has some hints? Oh, it's actually really narrowed down. These have the most. Clark. Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever remarried. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? Eli C. Maybe I could get his occupation from that? Solid as a rock. Not an architect. She said that her brothers all went into fields of knowledge. So professor, lawyer. What else could he be? News anchor? I feel like, have I even done a Google search for him? Google search, spider search. Elias C. Rootree. What about Eli C? Oops. Maybe in... No. Solid as a rock. Pun intended. I feel like that's where it is, but I don't know. And then this one, names. The biggest complaint I get, I saw Eli in town. Our family's names are always unusual. Okay, so these are just hints for Eli. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Rootree. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. That's strange. Gwendolyn. Did I already put her in here? Yeah. Oh, and then I guess her mother might be Caroline? No. Caroline was taken. These are really hard because there's not a lot of information left. Tessa Roottrees. Oh, she wasn't the fourth one, I thought? Oh, right. But she could still be right. She just wasn't included. Unless her name isn't Tessa. It'd be strange, though. Right? Penelope Tessa Green. What did I get from Penelope Tessa? I think I want to check this one. Penelope Tessa Green. Penelope Tessa Green is mentioned in a few articles about Brother Trouble. The show stars TMS and DCB played her sons on television. Penelope's character was not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip surrounding her. Okay. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. The Laugh Lounge. Joke O' Lantern, 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Okay, so I have both of those. But still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. Okay, so maybe I should look up the Laugh Lounge. Maybe somewhere else. Really? Okay, well, that's fine. Edward Roottrees. Nothing. I don't know why he would be here, but just kind of exhausting my options. And this still has something for me. I got his mom. Rolling on Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. What more could I pull from this? The lyrics of the song contain no clues, so I shouldn't be scrolling all the way down there. Maybe I should look for them here. Diamond Jewelry. Jim Roottrees. The Roottrees sisters appear in many ads for both candy and Root clothes in Teen Blast. The search engine isn't the best, and so your results are flooded with page after page of nearly identical advertisements. Some ads specifically mention that Raina appeared once on the cover of Teen Blast. Riley and Rose, on the other hand, seem to be mentioned by name less than their older sister. Okay. Faces they'd be interested in. do I get these last few people? David Keller. I don't think I got anything here. Hmm. What more could this lead me to? Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I feel like I've read this already. And I already had it. RR Productions. Brother Trouble. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. Okay. Brother Trouble. Dustin Christopher Baker is often abbreviated DCB by his teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he has appeared in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success, the most popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboarding. Uh, mm. So There's another picture of Guy out there. This is probably Jim. Who is this? It doesn't say that this picture has additional information it should give me, so I don't think it's someone I don't have. Maybe I should look up November Roottree. She's so young, I don't know. And she doesn't have an additional picture, but she could go here. This child has to be in Roottrees as well. So we have Christina and November left. So this child's last name won't be Madsen. And her kids' last names will be Kellogg. So who do we even have left? Quite a few people. Sam and Stephanie. And there are pictures I gotta get. Professor, lawyer. Knowledge. He's a doctor. This is November. I haven't assigned this face. I think this is Jim. Bonnie. She's already pregnant in this picture. Bonnie, Guy, Ernie, Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, Miracle, Jr., Jim Roottrie, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. So Eli M is Miracle's youngest. Miracle Jr.'s in there too. Gwen didn't make it. just want to know who this person is. Maybe that's him. Ernie is here. He doesn't have a second picture. Oh, I already used him. Is Clark in that photo? I guess that's Clark. Okay. I think this is right. I need 2 more people to fill in and I have nothing to go off of. Oh. Diamond LaRue. Hmm. Maybe the song does include a hint. Let's look at this. Mrs. Control. Maybe Gwyneth is married to oh wait. Baby is an option. Gotta learn more about Miracle's family too. Okay. Now we need pictures. Stephanie Control. I didn't think so, but I had hope. How am I gonna get a picture? Same with Chris Rafferty. Chris Rafferty. Maybe this? I don't have any notes on it. Can't even see this page. Didn't they find something about Bethany? Bethany Rootree in Butler County Times. No. Somewhere. Let's see. The girls next to Kellogg's. Local high school, so Butler County High School. March of this year, about 9 months ago. So 1998. This is November. How can I use this evidence? Butler County City Council. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Jones Graphic and Print. Maybe this is how I find their child. Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. Stephanie Jones Campaign, mailers. Roottrees Candy Company, various banners, posters, Butler County Holiday Light Post banners, Miracle Network, tour flyers, Roottrees Motors, coupon flyers. Who owns that? Butler County School District, Butler Summer Theater, Children of Eden. Oh, I missed a lot here. At the bottom it says, we also do web design. Come on in to get a quote today. Okay. Roottrees Motors. Roottrees Motors. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Wilkins. Wilkins Motors is now Roottrees Motors. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family. Funny noises? Need new oil? Come on down. We'll fix her up. Roottrees Motors, your local family mechanic servicing the entire Pittsburgh area. Oh. Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. A Roottrees Motors ad that is presently running first appeared in 1996. Says that Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years, is a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. So, is this Tessa? And this would be Christina. She's a mechanic. Fix her up. Okay. There's still one. I need my notes. Okay. Butler County School District. Butler Summer Theater. The The Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it is not summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast, it lists the crew, and two things stand out: posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. Oh. A local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There is hardly any other information available. Okay. Let's look up Children of Eden. No. Butler Summer Theater. Butler Summer Theater has been around for at least 30 years. They perform plays and musicals with a cast and crew from in and around Butler County. There are hundreds of mentions of their performances, not just in reviews, but in many nearly identical advertisements for their box office and tickets, as well as yearly announcements of upcoming shows and seasons. They also tend to take out a full-page ad at the end of every season that says thank you, and list the names of the shows they performed with no additional information. As of this year, however, it mentions they have a website. November Studios. Instead of November Studios, maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. Really? Well, she doesn't have any additional photos. So I've definitely got 3, I think, and then maybe I can just kind of cheese. Huh. Advertising. Okay. Jeez. Okay. These last ones are going to be very hard. I have like nothing on them. This still has 1. And oh wait. No, it's gone. That's done. Okay. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. Look at the time. Six clues. 1, 2. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the root trees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Well, that's a lot to unpack. You find a few conspiracy websites that claim the Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that is supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skull gifts, you find no sources or verifiable details to back up any photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. Okay. Chris Raff. You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997 on Prodigy, that lists the author's email address as chrisraff75@prodigy.us. Below a bunch of gifts that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned me and my fiance Lulu, a painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. There is an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture, she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos." Oh. When you search for Yukon, you find out that it's the University of Connecticut, and that Davy Kellogg, fourth, is on their swim team, the Huskies. He also came in second in his most recent competition, though that doesn't seem relevant. Okay, so he is in college. She's in high school. And he is in college. Louisa? Oh. Oh my, okay. This art piece was found on the collage self-portrait of me and my fiance. It's a pretty good self-portrait. Carnegie Mellon University. Okay. Pixpot. Okay. That looks right, but wrong at the same time. Dichotomy. I tried to click on it here. Okay, this is. Oh. Middle school. Let's give her her neck back. Pretty easy. Okay. Cousin sliced. Okay, oh, it moves everything. Okay. really, really locked in on this one. But they'll still be one apart. It's like I have to. Now, how do I connect it? Becomes the question. There we go. Ooh. That was a little intense for me, but I think that's everyone I'm missing. Oh, did I not get the last one? I did. Oh, it's because he's a boy. Okay. I wish I knew these people. I guess I can just guess names like Clara. Actually, Clara seems like it would be like the old Clara. Clara would be like the older name, and then maybe Catherine, maybe April, and Helen. Okay.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Oh my, okay. Who is EC? And who are they married to? I'm not sure. Okay, who's EC? And there's a picture. How are you connected? It's another child. Apparently there's no more clues. This is something that I should have gotten from all of the information. So, where? Kind of want. I think we need to see revisiting the diary. And then anger. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry. I am glad she is gone." So the first one mentions Sam. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. EC and John. Check the records managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. She got certified mail for Edward Clancy. A picture of him. Where would I get a photo from? Apparently this isn't him. Who is it? And that's not him. Maybe I got these backwards. This is him, and this is him. It didn't lock in, but I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. So Miracle is definitely in this photo. So I guess this is Miracle, and then this is his son. And is there anyone in the backgrounds? I'm not seeing anything. Oh. He turned around. Married and adopted Samantha. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face. A confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Miller. Edward Clancy Roottree. I had to break the news I got my father's name backwards. I'm looking for who Miller would be, what their first name would be. I don't think there are any names left. Mr. Miller. Aunt Margot, Harrison Lane. I'm not sure what the first name would be. John? Maybe it's John Miller? They're all on the books. Well, let's try it. Oh.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottree? And his partner was John Miller? That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottree. Yep, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers. Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning.
But even so, she seems to blame more than just the 2 of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the 5 pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Yes, I
My
remember that.
father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Oh, confirmed bachelor. Okay.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Oh. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. I don't think I got this piece. Or maybe I did. The will?
We were
Yeah.
sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The 6th 5 piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom from a life she deemed unworthy.
How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin, an outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative. I did not get to this one.
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces.
None of the 5 pieces were surprised.
My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottree. He nearly ruined the company.
So...
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36.
The yearly salary of Roottrees president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. Known as a bit eccentric and reclusive, opting to forego the typical luxuries of the average Roottree. Oh.
They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
I did.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Yeah. To fuel a gambling habit.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight. Thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
Can I look at my board? Thanks to your hard work, Sam Madson's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on, and a new president took over the company. The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game. Okay. I'm a secret Roottrees. Huh. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. I'll come back to that later. But for now, the Roottrees are dead.